A release procedure means that approval process. Any document will be created. Once the document is created, it has to be approved at different levels. In SAP MM, we have mainly release procedure for purchase requisition, contract, purchase order, service entry sheet. There are different documents we can use the release procedure. The most important release procedure is for purchase requisition and purchase order. We generally use these things, and depends upon the client requirement. Sometimes we map for contract, service entry sheet, and etc. But purchase requisition release procedure and purchase order release procedures are important among all other purchasing documents. Today we will discuss about PR release strategy, what is about release strategy and what types of release strategies are available in SAP, and I will give you a brief overview about the important terms we use in the release procedure configuration, and then we do the configuration, and then I will create one PR and I will show you how a release tab will come and how to release that PR. Those things we can discuss today. Okay, the first thing our topic today is purchase requisition release procedure. SAP has provided two types of release process for purchase requisition. One is with classification and second one is without classification. Between these two, with classification is most important because the maximum companies follow the with classification process, and without classification is very rarely we use. With classification, in case of if you come to contract, PO and all, we have one process called with classification that we can understand once we go through the details and all. I will tell you the minor difference between the with classification and without classification. With this process, we can release the PR at both item level and header level. You can decide whether the PR can be released at item level or header level. We have both the facilities in with classification process, and also this header level or item level can be decided at release group. This can be decided at release group level or purchase requisition document type level. For example, you can decide like whether item level or header level, that can be decided at release group, means for whatever the release group we create. I will tell you what is release group and all. Just I am giving the brief overview. That's why we can discuss this point, how to, at what level we can decide whether it is a header level or item level. As you are already aware what is item and header in purchase requisition, I hope you can understand these terminologies. Release group and all I will explain you once we go into the terms explanation. And second method we have is without classification. As I have mentioned, without classification we can do only item level release is possible with this method. Okay, if we go with this method, only item level release will be possible. We have two types. One is with classification and that is without classification. With classification is important method which all maximum companies will follow because we have a flexibility to maintain at item level or header level. But in case of without classification, we have only option that is at item level. And also the item level, header level can be managed at release group level. If you keep release group level, then all the purchasing under that release group will be having that respective level. But for a specific document type, if you keep, you don't want that item level, header level, that also you can do for document type. Those things you will come to know once we go to the SAP screen. Before going to configuration, we have to understand a few terminologies and few important terms which we use in release process. The first one is characteristics. What is characteristics? Like we have many types of characteristics we use during the release process, which are playing the role to get the respective release, how the release strategy will trigger. You can say in classification, the characteristics describe the properties of objects. The values of the characteristics specify these properties. For example, the characteristic may be, in case of purchase requisition, we use mainly the purchasing document type is a one character. The value, how much value range, for example, 1 to 1 lakh and 1 lakh, 1 to more than 1 lakh to 5 lakhs and more than 5 lakh to 1 crore. Like that, the values is one character. And we use one more popular is purchasing group, because the purchasing group in SAP it will be acting as a department wise. If you want to have a different release strategies for department wise, at that time the purchasing group will play the role to get the respective release strategy. Today we can I will give you the examples. Mainly we have purchase document type, the total value of PR, the total value or the value, and purchasing group. These are the three important views, and if you want to use, you can go with material group or account assignment category. Those type of different characteristics according to the business requirement, we can create different characteristics. Okay. The mainly for purchase requisition, these three will play the role. That is about the characteristics. Characteristics can be numeric format. For example, if it is a value, numeric format will come. If it is a document type, the character format. We have unit of measurement will be in numeric values. According to the type, we can select the data type. Once you go to the CT04 screen, we will understand what exactly this data type and all. In SAP, we use transaction code CT04 for creating the characteristic. Okay. And then another important thing is class. The class is the header level for characteristics. For example, for class we create, for purchase requisition we create one class. For PO contract and all we can create only one class, and for purchase requisition we can have two classes. For example, if you want to create one class, we can give like a PR underscore release. We create one class for entire purchase requisitions. That class contains the list of characteristics. That's why I have mentioned here, characteristics are assigned to the class. Assigned to the class. That's why class is a header level. For example, PR underscore release is a class. For that class, what are the characteristics will be available? Document type, total value or value, and purchasing group. These three characteristics will be assigned to the class. Okay. This class should be created under the class type 032. 032 is the class type for release process. For class type release process, 032 is the release process for class type. See, the classification system allows to use characteristics to describe all types of objects and to group similar objects in classes. To classify objects, in other words, so that you can find them more easily later. This class will be, for example, for PR underscore release, we have created one class. That class will contain the respective characteristics like document type, value, and purchasing group. Characteristics are the respective elements which will cause to get the different release strategies. Different approvers, for example, if you want to have a different for below 50,000, only officer and manager. If it is more than 1 lakh, my officer, manager, and senior manager. And if it is the more than 50 lakhs, then it has to go for approval from the factory manager. This kind of things, while it is happening, the characteristics will decide, and these all characteristics will be assigned to the class. The class will come under the class type 032. We have to create a class under 032, and the transaction code which we use for creating the class is CL02. The next important terminology we should know, that is release group. Release group will be, we can say like how a release group will be behaving. The release group will be assigned to the class. Class contains the characteristics, and this class will be assigned to the release group. We can create a release group as per our requirement. Like we can see like PO release, for one release group we can create as a PO release, or we can create one more release group called contract release. The document type level, if you want to create a release group, we can create like that, PR release group and PO release and contract release like that. And also different plans also we can create the release group. For example, if you want to have a specific strategies, the business is asking for each plant, they want to have different type of release group names. Then we can go with different release group names as per the plant level. But as I have mentioned, the same release class will be assigned to all the release groups, although you will create different type of release group descriptions. The class will be same for all purchase order, contract, and everything. In case of purchase requisition also we can create 2, but we generally go with one class. The release group will be assigned to class. See, we like that we can create like head office PO release and Bangalore plant PO release and admin PO release. Like that, if you want to have a different release groups, we can go with. Otherwise, we can go with simply one release group for PO release, and the different descriptions can be used for the next levels. The next one term which we should know is release code. How a release code will be, we can simply, I will tell you, the release code is an approver. Simple. Release code will be an approver. For example, we can create a release code, is a 2-digit code we have to create. Approver, we like purchase officer or purchase manager, factory head. The employee or the persons who are responsible to release that respective purchase requisition or purchase order or contract, whatever the document, the persons who are responsible to release the document, those are called as release codes. Each code will be, it's a 2-digit code. Each code will be given as the name of purchase officer, purchase manager, like that. And these codes will be assigned to that role of the user. For example, factory head will have an own SAP user ID. For that, the respective role will be assigned. Here, what we have to understand, release code is an approver. Then, release indicator. Release indicator, we have mainly 2 release indicators. One is released and another one is blocked. What are these release indicators? Released means For example, a purchase requisition is having 3 levels of release: purchase officer, manager, factory head. Once all these 3 levels are approved, then system will get the indicator, release indicator R. We can give this R and V, whatever it is, we can give whatever you want. If, for example, it is not yet released, then it will contain the indicator of blocked. We also can have one more indicator that is called partial release. Like partial release, in name itself we can understand, we can give some name as P. Partial release means we have 3 levels. 1 level is approved or 2 level is approved. The both will come under partial release. The PR is not at all approved by any approver, then it will be under block. If all 3 levels are approved, the purchase requisition, then it comes under release. These are just indicators. For those indicators, we assign one more indicator called changeable indicator. I will show you in the system, then you can understand. Release indicators are useful as per the release indicator. You can tell whether the purchase requisition is completely released or partially released or it is not yet released. The final thing which you should know, that is release strategy. Okay, what is release strategy? The release strategies, we can have how many strategies we can have according to business requirement. I will give you the example, then you can understand. Admin PR greater than, or you can say less than or equal to 1 lakhs. Admin PR greater than 1 lakh. Or production PR less than or equal to 5 lakhs. Production PR greater than 5 lakhs. What you understand, what you have understood as per these descriptions, the release strategies can be created according to the business requirement, how many types of release strategies they need. For example, admin, they want to have different names, and production, they want to have different names, different levels of values for production. Till 5 lakh, one kind of approval process, greater than 5 lakh, another process. For admin, till 1 lakh and greater than 1 lakh, otherwise you can say like 1 lakh to 5 lakhs, and then greater than 5 lakh, one more. Well, like that, if they want to have how many strategies they need, those all strategies we need to create. Strategies, how many kinds of strategies they require. They want to have a segregation by department wise. They want to have segregation department plus value, and in department and value they need some different strategies. That's why we got this admin PR 1 lakh, admin PR 1 to 5 lakh, admin PR greater than 5 lakh, and admin PR if they have some more levels. For this strategy, we give how many approvers. For 1 to 5 lakh, who are the 1 to 5 lakh, who are the approvers? Officer, the manager, the senior manager, head, whatever the details they provide. According to that, we need to configure. I hope you got an idea of what are the characteristics and class, and then the release group and release code, release indicator, and release strategy. Once I go to SAP and if I start configuration, then whatever the explanation, whatever discussion we have done as of now, you will get more clarity on that. Okay, let's go to SAP screen. You can go to directly. You open SPRO, reference IMG, then material management, then purchasing, then purchase requisition, then release procedure, then we have two types I told you, right? Setup procedure without classification and procedure with classification. Procedure with classification is important, and 90% of the companies use this process because we have a flexibility and we can have a different characteristics and what kind of whether item level or header level, that options are also available. That's why release procedure with classification is important, and today we also discuss the process of with classification. The first activity we have to do is edit characteristics. This is called the CT04. I have told you CT04, right? This comes under the transaction CT04. Here we have to create the characteristic. How many you want to create? We have decided to create document type, value, and purchasing tool. We can give directly. We can give the description as PR, or we can give test PR underscore document type. Okay. Then click on create. The first screen, here we have to give the description, document type for PR release. Here we need to select whether it is a single value or multiple values. We can give multiple values, right? The same strategy we can use for different document types. That's why select multiple values. Then go to additional data. After going to additional data, you can see certain fields. Here the important field is table name and field name. For PR release, the table name is CEBAN. This is a communication structure. IBAN is the table, right? Further, the communication structure will be CEBAN. That communication structure we have to give as an input. The document type, the field name is BSART. Okay, we have to give the BSART field name and CEBAN as a communication structure in the table field. Then click on enter. See the format data taken by from above dictionary. Because this format and the data, everything was see whatever the format data is taken from the above dictionary. As per the table you have given, right, the communication structure and all the inputs, system has taken this data format. See the character format, because the document type is a character format, that's why it has taken the character format. And also the number of characters we can give, or how many you want to give. But we know that the document type is having the 4 characters, that's why the 4 was coming automatically as per the system. You can keep the same. That's it. You can go to descriptions. The description, whatever we have come, it has come. And then these values. Here we can give the values or we can directly maintain data. But it's suggested to give the values. For example, we will select the NB. What is the document type we want to use? Let me see how many document types we can use. I will select which is available one in recent days what we have created. Simply created one purchase requisition. The same document type I will select here. Okay, the ZNBT. In earlier classes we have selected this ZNBT. That also we will give as an input. NB and ZNBT. For how many document types the release strategy should work, those we have to assign. And also we can select this, it's not it's optional. If you select this, we can give manually also directly in the classification process. Okay, we have assigned the character value NB and ZNBT. For these two document types only, our release strategy will work. That's it. The class type we can give, it's not mandatory. If you ignore also, not a problem. Our class type is 032, right? I have assigned the class type. Now we can save. We have created one characteristic for document type. Okay, the same way we will create for total value. We want to create for PR value. Same, then click on create button, description, total PR value for PR release. We can release this one, total value for PR release. This also we can select multiple values. Then go to additional data. Communication structure will be same, and the field name is GNETW. Okay, we have to select that. What is the total value? What is the field name? We have to give. For CBAN, GSWRT is the item value, total value of PR. That field we should give the field name, and the communication structure will be CBAN. Then click on enter. See, the format data will be taken by the system. See, the data type, everything was taken by the system because as per the table and field name, system has taken the currency. We can give like INR or euro, whatever the currency you want to give. And the template will be taken from our user details. The number of characters and what is the length of value, that also we can decide here. And here we need to select one more option, that is called intervals allowed. Why I am selecting intervals allowed for value? Because for value we give the intervals, right? We won't be always single value. For example, 1 lakh to 5 lakh and 2 lakh to 8 lakh, like that. If you want to give any intervals, system should allow for this characteristic. That's why I have selected intervals allowed. Then go to description, then values. Additional values, you can check this mark. The value we can give like 0 to 50,000 and 50,000.01 to 100,000 is 1 lakh, and 100 we can give like simple more than 1 lakh, greater than 100,000. Okay. If you want to have a different values also, we can have 0 to 50,000, 50,000, like that. If you want to have any other level also, we can have 50,000, 50,000 and greater than 1 lakh. Additional data and restrictions, we can assign the class type. It will be similar to only additional thing what we got is we selected this interval allowed because it is a value. That's why there will be always an interval. That's why we have selected this. And if you see the additional data, we have to select the CBAN and the PR value, GSWRT is the field. Now save it. The another characteristic we create, purchasing group. Okay. Before creating the purchasing group, we can see what are the purchasing groups you want to select. Also, we can select that. If you select the purchasing group, we can see in the table. That also will be a one type of practice for you. You can directly go to SC16. If you the table to see the purchasing groups is T024. Okay, here you will come to know how many purchasing groups are available in the system. Okay, there are many other. We will use this first three: 000, 001, 002. We can utilize. Okay, now coming to the characteristic creation, click on create button. We can give like purchasing group for PR release. Okay. Length is completed. This also we select the multiple values. Then click on additional data. Communication structure will be same, and the field name will be EKGRP. We have given the communication structure CBAN and EKGRP field name. Now click on enter. See the format data is taken from the above dictionary. Means it has taken from as per the what is the field characteristics and all. See, it's a character format, and number of characters will be 3 because purchasing group will contain the 3 characters. Now we go to values, click on this additional value and character value 000, 001, 002, 003. You can have few more also. The description also, if you want to copy, we can copy. Otherwise, we can leave like that. Okay. Okay. Now, these 4 are available for doing the activity. Then go to additional data. EKGRP the field name. This is the communication structure. Now go to restrictions. You can give our release strategy. Now save. What we have done as of now, we created 3 characteristics per release procedure. If you want to copy, we can save here also what we created. We created PR document type, and then we created PR value, then we created a purchasing group. Now we will create a class. Come back to the screen. You can go through the SPR1 navigation or directly go to CL02 also. Purchasing, purchase requisition, release procedure with classification, then edit classes. This is the CL02 T code. You can directly go to CL02 also. The name we can give like PR_class. And I told you the class type for release will be always 032. Now click on create button. So the description, class for PR release. These descriptions can be given according to the requirement, like plant name or the company name, whatever the name you want to incorporate, we can keep that incorporate. Then go to keywords. Here nothing to we can give. Then this character. Here we need to assign the characteristics which we have created just now. What we created? These three. Okay. Just click on enter. You can see this the respective characters, everything was copied from that system. Now we have assigned the characteristic the class. Now save. Okay. Our class is PR underscore class. Okay, I think you understood how to create a characteristics and then how to create a class. We have assigned this class to character. Now we will go to release step settings. Setup procedure with classification. The first activity will be release group creation. Just double click on that. Then we got this one, right? Go to new entries. The release group we can give Z1 and our class is PR underscore class. The release group description we can give test PR release. Okay. Test release process. During initial when I was explaining, I have mentioned overall purchase requisition release or this tick mark. If you click this flag, then this PR release process will be header level. Overall means header level. If you unclick this, then it will become item level. Okay, we will do the header level release. We can select this mark. If you don't want header level, then you just remove this flag. Then it will be behaving as an item level. Okay, so release object is automatically taken by the system. Now save. See, as of now, you observe that the characteristic creation and classes and all. And now we are doing the configuration. System is asking for a transport request. We can give like test PR release configuration. Okay, now save. Enter. See, come back. The next option is release codes. We can have any kind of different release codes, or you can create the release codes. Just I'm deleting the entries. Go to new entry. Our group is Z1. Release code you can give like or you can give like R1. Purchase officer, R2, purchase manager, or Z1. We can have R3 as factory head. Z1, R4, admin manager, Z1, R5. We can have admin manager and HR manager. R6, production manager. R7, production officer. Okay, we can have how many types of labels in your organization, according to the business requirement, we can create number of release codes. How many types of people are involved in the respective PR release? Okay, just enter. We have given some 7, or you can give how many you want to give. N number of things. You can give hundreds of release codes. That we can decide. And the admin manager, right? That's what I do. I will just select one more card. Admin officer. Okay. Admin officer. Now save. This workflow can be kept blank because they are not using any workflow. Then coming to release indicators. See, these are many release indicators are available in PR, request for quotation, RFQ or PO, and RFQ or PO, no change of date, RFQ or PO. These are all SAP standard release code, release IDs, the release indicators. We can use the same. This means SAP standard provided, it is ready for RFQ and RFQ or PO, but we cannot change. These all those things we can see the release IDs. I will show you one release indicator, then you can understand. One, select it and go to display. Here it is saying that how, say, release it for quotation. Okay. Once if you keep that release indicator 1, then it will be saying like it is released. PR is released for quotation. Okay, the changeable indicator we can keep changeable, no release in case of no strategy. This is very important in release process, whatever the changeable indicator. I will explain you briefly about the changeable indicators. We have these 5 changeable indicators in PR. The first one, once the PR is released, for example, 3 levels of approvals are there, all are released, now PR is released. At that point of time, how a PR should behave. The released PR, the behavior of released PR will be depend on this changeable indicator. The first one is blank. You can see changeable. We can change the PR with ME52NT code. Changeable, but new release in case of new strategy. If the strategy is changing, then only the new release will come. How is the strategy? 0 to 1 lakh is the first strategy and 1 lakh to 5 lakhs is the second strategy. Okay. What does it mean? I will explain you these things. Changeable indicator. Okay. The first thing is changeable new release in case of new strategy. We can change the PR with ME52N, but the new release will go for new release if the strategy is changing. For example, our strategy is 0 to 1 lakh is first strategy and 1 to 5 lakhs is the second strategy. Okay. If the PR value is 90,000, if you make changes to 95,000, then this PR will not again go for release. When will it go? If the PR value crosses 1 lakh and if it comes to the second strategy, 1 to 5 lakhs. At that point of time only it will go for new release. That's the changeable. We can change the PR. But new release in case of new strategy. Okay. Our strategy S1 is 0 to 50,000. S2 is 50,001. Sorry, 50,000.01 to 100,000. Okay. What does it mean? What is explaining? We can change with ME52N, but if the value comes under, for example, if you have a strategy of S1, it should come from S1 to S2. Then only it will go for again approval. If it doesn't come, then system won't send any new approval. It will be remain same. I mean the PR who are approved at the time of initially, those people won't come to know about the new changes. For example, the PR value is 45,000. Then the strategy is S1, right? If you increase the value till 49,999, even if you increase the value till 50,000 also, new release won't trigger because still it will be with S1. But if we give the value of some 55,000, then system will take this S2 strategy and then it will go for again approval. That is the meaning of this one. What is second one? Changeable, no new determination. Sorry. We have another indicator called 1. Cannot be changed. Cannot be changed. This is simple statement. We cannot change PR with ME52M. It should be unreleased, but we cannot change the PR. Okay? We cannot change the PR. We cannot change PR with ME52M. If you select this indicator, we cannot change the PR. Changeable, no new determination of strategy. We can change PR with ME52N, but system won't trigger for release although you make any changes to the PR. For example, 45,000 is the PR cost. You increase the price to 1 lakh or you increase the price to 10 lakhs also, but system won't send again for approval. Okay, but only we can change, but any determination of strategies will not happen. This is for second. Third one, changeable, new release in case of new strategy. Changeable, new release in case of new strategy. It will be similar to the blank. Changeable, new release in case of new strategy. Same as blank. Just know what we have this. It is same as blank strategy. Blank indicator. 3 is same as blank indicator. The first we have decided, right? The last one, the maximum compliance we'll use, this is the one. Changeable, new release in case of new strategy or value change. Means this is exactly equal to this one, and also what is that? We can change PR with ME52N transaction, and also system will send PR for approval if there is a new strategy or a value change. This value change is higher level. For example, 45,000 is the PR cost. If you keep 45,001 or 45,002 or 45,000.01 also, system will send for approval again. If it is 50,000 or 55,000, then system will send as per the new strategy. Means if you make any change to the value or purchasing group, these are the main things, right? Document type we cannot change once PR is created. If you change the value, if you increase this, slightly increases also, it will go for approval. That's why the maximum companies will use the 4 as a release indicator, according to my experience, because 45,000 is the PR cost. If you increase the price to 49,900, system won't send approval. But as per business wise, this is not acceptable, because the persons who are approving, they should know what changes have happened and what is the final value of the PR. That's why it should trigger the purchase requisition for approval if you make any small changes. Okay, that's why 45,000 is PR value. Okay. Then if you make 46,000 new release with strategy S1 only. If you 45,000 is PR value, you have increased it to 56,000. Then new release with strategy S2. Okay, because S2 is the strategy where we have more than 50,000, right? The strategy S2 is for 50,000 1 to 1 lakh. These are the indicators. You can listen again and again this topic, then you can understand what I have exactly explained. The 4 is the indicator which is mostly used by the companies. Okay, here also we can use the 4 as an indicator. And in case of PR, we have one more option called field selection key. With this field selection key, for a released PR, the indicator is 1. Certain fields can be editable. For example, if you want to edit any text or if you want to edit any details, what are the details can be editable, those details can be decided according to this field selection key. This facility is not available for PO or contract and those things. Now come back. See the second indicator. See RFQ or PO means release it for quotation and release it for issue of PO. Means if you have indicator 2, then this PR is ready for, you can create a quotation or you can create a PO also. Can come. There are different indicators. Same, no change of date. You cannot change the date. Date you cannot change, but ready, but we cannot make any changes. RFQ or PO. Fixed RFQ. Formal requirement plan. RFQ or PO. These are the different indicators. We use the first one is blocked indicator. As I told you, once the PR is created, we get this blocked indicator. This can be created for anything, and we can make any changes and all. After that, whatever the release indicator you want to have, that we can have. For example, RFQ or PO, the 2 is the main indicator we use, because once the PR is created and approved, it should be available for both RFQ and PO. If you want to allow only for RFQ, means RFQ is a mandatory process for that PR, then you can assign this 1. But here today we will assign this 2, because once the PR is released, it should be available for both RFQ or PO. 2 and blocked. We use today these 2. These are the indicators, the standard indicators. If you want to create any new, you just copy and utilize the same. Then coming to strategies, the last step in the configuration. Okay, strategies, some bold one is there, you can get it. Now coming to release strategies. For creating this strategy, we have to click on new entries. System will ask you for the release group. Our release group is Z1. And the strategy we can give like S1. How we give the strategy name? Admin PR less than admin PR less than 50,000. Okay, admin PR less than 50,000 means 0.01, what is the minimum value to 49,999, whatever. Till that, this strategy will work. Okay, less than 50,000. Release codes, we have to decide what are the release codes are applicable. Admin we have given, right? And before that, just to have some clarity, we will change the descriptions of these purchasing groups. That will be useful for an SPR. Material management, purchasing, and create purchasing groups. We can change the standard one, otherwise we can create a new one also. Okay, if we create a new one, we just need to assign in our character value, that's it. Select Z01, admin department, Z02, purchase department, Z03, HR department, Z04, production department. And also we can have Z05, any other kind of accounts department. Different department also we can have this. Okay, somebody is already using, we can give like P01. That also is using by somebody by 01. Alright. G01, G02, G03, G04, G05. Okay, we created 5 purchasing groups just for our purpose, and also we have to do one more activity in our purchasing group. We just assign our purchasing groups also. Just why I have created new purchasing group. So just to give an overview, it will be understood very clearly for you. In values, we will give G01, G02, G03, G04, G05. Okay. The descriptions also we can get from the table. Again, go to SC16, G024 is our table, G012, G09. Okay, these are our 5 what I have created. It's not copied. That's it. Okay, what I have done, I created a few new purchasing groups and just I have assigned here. Okay, now coming to our status. What I have given, admin PR less than 50,000. For this, you want to have the first level is admin officer, second level admin manager, the final level factory head. Okay, first it should go to admin officer, admin manager, and factory head. then click on release prerequisites. Here, if you leave like this, then what will happen? Once the PR is created, at a time that PR will be gone for approval to 3 levels. Means first admin officer can approve, or first factory head can approve, and first admin manager can approve. Anybody can approve first time, because at a time it will go for 3 levels. That's why we have to select this prerequisite. Now what will happen? Once PR is created, first it will go to admin officer. These 2 people don't know about the PR creation and all. Once this admin officer has approved, then it will go to admin manager. Once the admin manager is approved, then only it will go to factory head. Until these 2 people have approved the purchase requisition, factory head cannot see the PR to approve. Okay, that is the use of these 3 boxes I have done, right? This is only the prerequisite. These prerequisites are, once R8 is completed, then only R4. R8 and R4 are completed, then only R3, the factory head. I hope you understood. If you don't check everything, then what will happen? PR will be ready for approval by 3 people. First factory head can approve, and second, anybody can do any at what kind of time. If the business is asking, we don't see such type of levels. It should be available for all at a time. Anybody can approve, because we don't want to see the delay. For example, at what circumstances business used to ask that I don't want this prerequisite functionality, because PR is released, 5 people have to approve. For example, once the PR is created, it has gone to 5 people. If it is a one-by-one process, what will happen? First the lower person has to approve. That day he was on vacation. Next day he came to office and he approved. Then that day remaining 2 people went for vacation. Like that kind of delay may happen. If you remove this prerequisite, what will happen? At a time it will be available for the 5 people. Anybody can approve at a time. Today or tomorrow, whatever it is, all the release will be approved. That is one kind of positive for them. And certain companies will say like, no, first purchase officer should approve, because he has to check every details. Once he approves, the manager can get a confidence that my clerk has verified the details properly. Okay, I can approve it. And the factory head can approve at a high level. He will see the value and what material, then he will approve. He doesn't have to go through the details of the PR. This is one kind of requirement. That's why as a consultant, we should understand the requirement of the business, and we need to map as per the facilities we have. Okay. Next one is release status. Release status, see, you can see SAP has given us as per this one, blocked until complete release. It will be having as a blocked only, and then we can keep this 2 as I told you, 2 is the default indicator, because once the PR is released, it should allow either RFQ or PO. Until all the levels are approved, the first level approved and 2 levels approved, also it will be in a blocked stage only. Then it will be released. Continue. Now save. Then go to classification. This classification here also we can maintain, but in production system this access we won't have. That's why we have an option called T code called CL20N. With that CL20N we can maintain. I will show you that one also. Here we have to assign what are the document types. See, what we assign in the character, it is visible. It is eligible for both. And the total value. What is the value? 50,000, right? Okay. And purchasing group. Admin department. Whenever you use G01, then only it should come. That's it. Okay, this can be multiple, this can be multiple, and this total value will be generally single value. If you want to have a single value, we will have a single value, right? That only we have to select in the characters. Now come back and save. The last one is just simulation. We just need to simulate whether the 3 levels have come or not. Click on simulate. Just double click on this. Close. This release simulation, we have to see whether these details are perfectly has come or not. And there is no much value for that. Save. This is one strategy we have created. And also the characteristic, we can have the value. We have selected multiple values, right? Generally, we generally give one value for release, right? That's why we can keep the single value. Then this radio button will come. If you select multiple values, it will take that boxes fill. We generally have a single value. That's why we keep it as a single value for the strategy. Now, second strategy. Z1, S2, admin, PR, 50,000 to how much we have kept? 1 lakh, right? 50,000 to 1 lakh. Okay, these approvers we can decide like who have to approve. For example, 50,000 to 1 lakh. For 50,000 to 1 lakh, along with first it should go to admin officer, then it should go to admin manager, then it should go to factory head. Along with factory head and admin manager, if you want to have any other roles also, we can keep that. And also we can see like 50,000 to 1 lakh value, it should go to purchase manager also. And then it should go to factory head. 4 levels. Release status are same. All are blocked. We follow everything is released. So classification, we can maintain the value. Both the document types. Value 50,000 to 1 lakh. Purchasing group, admin department. Come back and save. Simulation, we can just check whether the details are available or not. Save it. We created 2 strategies. In the first strategy, what will I do? We will prevent 1 level less. We will remove the factory head. Below 50,000, only 2 levels. It will go to admin officer and admin manager. It won't go for factory head. Then we can have an idea. Okay, save. And we will create one more strategy. Z1 and S3, admin, PR greater than 1 lakh. Okay. And here one more important point. As per SAP, for a single document, we can have maximum 8 levels. See here, you can see 8 levels, right? We can have only maximum 8 levels. So here we do first admin officer, then we will keep admin manager, and we will keep purchase manager, all managers. If it is a 1 lakh above PO, it should go to all managers. That's depends on your requirement. You can have how the business is asking, you have to map the scenario. Then it will go to HR manager, then it will go to factory head. Okay, first admin officer, then admin manager, then purchase manager, HR manager, and factory head. If you want to have all the higher level also, then we can have this prerequisites. Because of these boxes, as I explained you, it should follow the step-by-step sequence one. Then release start. See, until all releases completed, the indicator is 2 on. Indicator is yes. This classification we will maintain with CL20N T code because this editable option won't be available in production or quality systems. That's why we use CL20N to maintain the classification. I will teach you how to maintain that. That's why I have not maintained here. And also, whatever the configuration we are doing, entire configuration will be saved in transport request. We have to move from one system to another system. But only classification details we need to maintain in every system, development, quality, and production. Then this is simulation. Now save. Okay. See the strategies. We have created 3 strategies. Admin PR 50,000, admin PR 50,000 to 1 lakh, and admin PR greater than 1. Come back. This is about the entire configuration. Now we will go to creation of PR. Before that, as I explained you, I will teach you how to maintain a classification. The T code is CL20N. As I explained you, this classification just now we have maintained that won't be editable in production and quality systems. That's why we use this T code to maintain the classification. What is our release group? Z1. And for which strategy I have not maintained, we can see here also. For example, if you want to see S2, see the details which we have maintained, right? Those are visible here. Now we will maintain Z1 S3. The PR class, documents, for both the documents you want to use, value greater than 1 lakh, and purchasing group, admin department. Save. Okay, now we have maintained the strategies. We created a characteristic, we assigned to class, and class is assigned to release group, and then we have configured release codes and release indicators we have seen, and then we created a strategies. Now, finally, we are coming to creation of PR. Creation of PR, the transaction code is /NME51N. What is our document type? ZNBT. The material we can replace anything. Just I am taking the test data. That's why I have opened another PR just to see the test data. After giving material, system is asking for a plant. Even a plant also we can create as one of the characteristics. That also we can do that. Our plant is 1000. Then the pieces are 100 pieces. The requisitioner we can keep Ganesh. Just click on check button. Give the purchasing group G01. What is the purchasing group admin? G02. Now click on check button. G01. Okay. Our admin department is G01. Okay. Once you enter all the details, just click on check button. You can see the release tab. See release tab at item level. Because as I explained you, whether you want to select an item level or header level, that we can decide at the time of release through. Generally for PR we use item level, and for PO we use header level. For PO we have only one option, that is header, but PR we can have item level or header level. That also we can decide according to the configuration. I have shown you, I will show again also. See here, release group. See here, if you select, it will be overall release. If you don't select, it will be item release. Selected the item level release. See, release tab has come. Who is the first is admin officer and admin manager. For example, if you increase the value, for example, you increase the prior things to 500 pieces, then see the number of release values are increased. Because the value is increasing, the levels also increase. For example, if you keep the value quantity as 1000, then see it has gone for 5 levels. S3, you can observe this, S3 has come more than 1 lakh. If you keep 500, S2 50,000 to 1 lakh. If we keep 100, then S1 50,000. Okay. According to the value, the respective things are changing. And also I will show you one more thing. G01 is admin right. We have assigned in configuration, in classification. Now I will change to G02. See, once I change G02, the release tab is disappeared because G02 is not assigned to the release strategies. Now we change to G01. See, the release tab is come. Okay, according to the value changes, the strategy is also getting changed. Now we have created the value. We have created the one PR. Now I will save. Then I will teach you how to release the purchase requisition. Okay. This is the purchase requisition. Purchase requisition can be released in 2 ways. So one is single purchase requisition release, and another one is multiple purchase requisition release. The single purchase requisition release we use generally in case of practice, but in real time it will be used by directly by the in respect to release code will release the purchase requisition with multiple only. So what are the release? R8 is first, then R4. You can see this yellow mark, right? Yellow mark means now purchase requisition is ready for R8, not yet ready. Once R8 is ready, it will go on to R4. I will show you the differences also. Now come to /n. /n ME55 is a transaction code to release purchase requisition. Once you come to the screen, we can give planned input. Otherwise, what is the release code? R8. What is the release group? Z1. And execute. See, our PR has come as an open item. For example, if directly the second person R4 is tried to release R4 and Z1. See, not possible. No suitable purchase requisition found because it is not yet ready for him. It is ready for R8. Now execute. So this has come. For this, just select. You can have this release strategy. See this. What are the release strategies available? We can see here. See, once you save this, release is effective. You have to select the item and save it. And then now I will show you the display of our PR. See, the first level is released. Now second level is ready for release. R4 and Z1. Select this and then save it. Now this also released. You can see both the levels are released and release indicator is changed to 2 automatically. Okay. That is the about the release thing. And as I explained you, we can release in the single level also. ME54N. See here we can, if you want to unrelease, cancel. If you want to cancel release, we can cancel it. And in the same ME54N, we can release the both. But this we can do in test system. But in real-time system, what will happen? R8 is admin officer and R4 is admin manager. That's why the roles will be different for him. This R8 person cannot release R4 and R4 person cannot release R8. That's why we always use that ME55 multiple PR release rule. And once if you pick through certain things and all, I will give you the value here, the table and field name I want to give, document type, and also we can use PR underscore plant, because plant is also one of the important thing that also we can use for one plant which is useful and all. In characteristics we can add plant also. Okay. For document type, what is the table and field name? I will write opposite. CE, KKO, BSA, not it's BSART, it is sorry, CBAM, here we can see like CT04, document type, some data, BSA, RT, and coming to value. Actually, coming to value, we have two things. C11. If you want to keep the overall release, we have to use one. And if it is item level, that is another one. GFWRT. See the total value requisition for overall release procedure. If you want to use overall release procedure, we have to use GFWRT. WRT. WRT is for overall release. If it is item level release, we have to use what we have used. Lesson CT04. GSWRT. This is for item level release. And coming to purchasing group, that is also single. CABAM, EK, GRP. And for plant, CBAM, WERKS. Okay. CBAN, BSART, and these are for overall release and this one, purchasing group EKGRP and WRKS. Okay. These are the important things which we have to remember while creating the characteristics. Characteristics we assign to the class, and changeable indicator I have explained you the uses. You just concentrate on the 4, and you can read the document also, like how a changeable indicator will work. You can try with different testings as we have done. If you give the value changes, how it is getting changed. Those things also we can practice. I hope now you came to know how to create configuration settings for a release process with classification. For purchase requisition, for PO also it will be similar, almost 90% it will be similar, only the data will be changed, this communication structure. Their CETO will come and there are some 2-3 minor changes are there. More or less 70 to 80%, if you know the configuration for PR release, you can happily do for PO also. I hope you understand completely the process. You can go through the video again and again and practice yourself. You will do better. Have a good evening. Thanks for listening. Hi, today we are going to discuss the topic service procurement, which comes under external service management. Service procurement is one of the very important procurements we have in our SAP and also we have in our regular business. If you buy different kinds of goods like stationery items, raw materials, and some finished kind of goods, how many materials are involving in the same time? It might not be equal to that much level, but we have a specific importance for the service procurement operations in the business. For example, 60 or 70% of procurement goes for material procurement. We can say at least some 20 to 30% of the space will be occupied by the services. Because if you want to run a company, we need an employees, we need housekeeping people, we need security people, and also we have to take vehicles for rent, and also we need to repair our machines, and also always the maintenance activities have to be done, and also the cleaning activities have to be done. These are a lot of dependency with the service procurement. That's why I can say service procurement will play a vital role during any business operations. Today we are going to learn what is service procurement, what kind of operations will come under service procurement, and how to map in SAP, and how the process will be, the process flow, everything we can discuss it today. And it will be very important, and it will be almost similar to the material procurement, but it has some specific changes. That changes I will highlight today, and also I will explain that. Now coming to service procurement, let's go to I will give you a brief overview, and then we will come to know what exactly the process and all. If you see the purpose of service procurement, like you can use the business scenario, to cover the entire service procurement process. The process starts when you send your request to the supplier, and then the purchase order is created, and the time and expenses and how much work was done. If you're doing any painting work, how many square feet was done. If it is any maintenance work, how many machines were maintenance was done, and if the people are coming, how many man days they have worked for our company. This kind of the entry we will do in the system, and then the invoice verification. The process will be same. The PO entries will be entered without doing the goods receipt, how we do for materials, and then the invoice verification, and followed by payment. The services will include like small maintenance tasks like changing the lights, painting, housekeeping, security services, and some kind of facade cleaning. If you see the large buildings of shopping malls and all that, all the mirrors will be cleaned by certain people. Those kind of contacts, and whatever the services we do in a company or in whatever your premises, it comes under the service procurement. This will be done by the external contractors, and the whole process of procurement service, we call it as a service management. These services are meant for direct consumption instead of keeping them in inventory. As I said earlier, for example, if you're buying a material, you can tell like I have 10 boxes of material in my stock. I have 20 laptops. Otherwise, I have some 1,000 liters of petrol. But for services, we cannot measure like I have this much quantity of stock. That's why we directly consume. Means how much work was done. We can say like 2000 square feet painting was done. Or else we can say like 20 people have come. 20 people means for 5 days. We can say 100 man days. 100 man days work was done. We cannot measure in the stock, but we can say like how much was done. That respect to work, how much work was done by the respective contractors, that work we enter in the system, and according to that we do the payment. For example, we have fixed for one man day, $300. At that point of time, that 100 man days into $300, we will do the invoice verification and we do the payment. It will be more or less similar to the material procurement, but here we don't do any kind of stock. That's why we always consume. We always consume on any cost object like cost center, project, whatever the cost object we want to use. For that, we do this procurement. So we cannot measure in the inventory. Service description along with unit of measure is stored as a master data in a record that is known as service master record. We already know that service master. We have a service master like how we have a material master. But service master is having a very less fields. In that, we can capture the unit of measurement, the valuation class, the material group. We call both material group and service group. We have a one kind of computation. We can capture in the service master. And system stores the services that have been procured as a record in a sheet called a service entry sheet. This service entry sheet, without Migo, in place of Migo, we do this service entry sheet. We are going to learn when we see the SAP screens. The service entry sheet was designed to enter the services, actual services which was done by the workers or the actual work we used to monitor in service entry sheet. That's it. Service management deals with the following terms, which are as follows. The first one is service master record, where we create masters for painting work, facade cleaning, housekeeping, security work, machine maintenance, vehicle hiring. All these kind of different master data, we can keep it in a system that we call it as a service master. And the purchase order, how we create for a material purchase order, in the same way we can create service purchase order, but there are certain changes will be there. That changes I will explain you now. And then we have a service entry sheet. Here we don't do the goods receipt with MIGO, MIZO. We do the service entry sheet with ML81N. That also we learned today. The service entry sheet, the screens, everything was designed to enter the actual services which was done by the supplier. Only to entry the work which was done physically. Okay. This is about the service master or service procurement. Service procurement deals about will deal the procurement activities like housekeeping services, security services, and machine maintenance, repair work, painting, cleaning, all these kind of services. What we get, we cannot measure in inventory. We do that work, we get that work from the supplier, we monitor, we enter into the system. According to the actuals, we do the invoice verification, and then the payment will be done. If you see the flow chart of service procurement, see this is the flow chart. The determination of requirement, generally the maintenance, plant maintenance, or project system, we have two different SAP modules. From that, we can have a requirement. For example, the plant maintenance, the engineering team has asked you certain kind of maintenance activities. Who can do their maintenance activities for the ACs? Otherwise, for machines, we have a diesel, what you call missions we have. And also, if you're doing a manufacturing company, we have plenty of missions for different purposes of our operations. Maybe it might be directly involving in a manufacturing of the product, or else it will useful like supportive activities. Like if you want the power, if there is no power, we should have a DC machine where the power will get generated through the diesel. And also we have a lot of operations to run our support activities. We are using the forklift, we are using the cranes, and also we are using the different kind of pallets. These all are supportive activities which will be useful to produce that manufacturing. These might not be involved in the direct manufacturing process, but these will be useful to support the activities. For example, the raw materials are available 400 meters away. You saw hundreds of cases. The human cannot bring that way to the exact production area. We use the forklift or certain kind of small vehicles which will lift that stock and it will directly take to the place. And also certain liquids and all we keep in the tanks. From that tank we should have a pipeline, and that pipeline we do some kind of machines will be taken and it will be directly entering to that vessel or the production vessel, we can call it, as where the manufacturing is happening. This all kind of supporting, we need the maintenance activities. When the requirement has come, it will come to the purchasing team. Purchasing team will deal as in services. As I mentioned, we create a service purchase order. Once the service purchase order is created, the vendor will complete the respective activities. How much activities was done? For example, you have given a 5,000 square feet of painting. Once 1,000 square feet was done, he can give an invoice copy to you. For that 1,000, we do the service entry, 1,000 was done, and then for that only we do the invoice verification, and then we do the payment. Later 1,000 he will do after 4 days. He will give the invoice. Same, if you are ordering 500 pieces of some material, first vendor has given you 100, we do the receipt, we do the invoice receipt, we do the payment for that 100. After 1 week, he will give you again 200 quantity. We do the goods receipt of 200 quantity. How it was designed for the materials, in the same way for services also. How much actually it was done. For example, for 1 year you can take security people. 5 security people are working in your company. Every month we do the payment. How will we do? What is the actual man days? One person has come for 22 days, one person 25, one person 26. The overall, the 5 people, we can get somewhere 120. For that 120, we do the service entry and then we do the invoice verification, then payment. Okay, this is the service procurement flow. See this same like materials, the first the determination of requirements and then the specifications, what kind of services we need and all. And here also we go with the quotation. We send to the 5 different vendors and I need these kind of services for 1 year or 2 years, whatever the tenure you need. You can ask them. They will come up with the prices. Then we do the vendor selection, the same process. The process is same, but only the SAP screens where there will be slight difference will be there. That difference we are going to see now. And ordering, the service PO creation. Service PO creation, then the actual entry, service entry sheet, like how we do in MIGO in case of material procurement. Here we do service entry sheet. And then invoice verification and then payment. The process cycle is same, but only the SAP screens wise we use a certain item category to differentiate the procurement. That we will learn when you see this SAP system. Process flow is same. So if you see certain kind of documents, service purchasing, first purchase requisition, maybe PS, maybe plant maintenance, otherwise even the normal departments also, they need certain kind of housekeeping activities. Otherwise, HR department, the floor was slightly broken. They can create a purchase requisition to finish that entire, the floor kind of service activity
Otherwise, they have some 4 systems have got repaired. They create a purchase requisition to get it repaired. Purchase requisition, and then request for quotation. If we don't have the vendor, we go for a request for quotation as per our normal standard procurement process. Quotation will be sent to different vendors, and vendors will give you the quotations amount, how much amount they will charge per hour, per square feet, whatever the activity. Then we select the vendor. The quotations were coming from the vendors. We maintain it and we select the vendor. Once the vendor is selected, we create the purchase order. The service purchase order will be sent to the vendor. Vendor will do the actual work. As per this contract, if we want to have a contract, we can create a contract like material procurement. For a long-term relation and for better prices, we can create a contract. That is an optional. Then the service entry sheet. Here you can observe, see the purchase requisition, which was generated by any internal department for a service activity, and then the purchase order, which will be as a legal communication, the main communication between the customer and the vendor, and then service entry sheet. These are the 3. The quotation process and the contract is an optional. For example, if we have a vendor who is already providing that respect to service, then we don't create a quotation. If it is a new service, you don't have a proper vendor, then we go for a bidding process. Bidding means the quotation, sending quotation, getting the quotations from different vendors and entering into the system and compare it, select a vendor. The same contract. Contract is an optional. If you have a contract with a vendor for a long time, for 1 year duration or 6 months duration, according to your agreement, vendor will give you for a better price, and also if there are some changes in the prices also, vendor will give you for the previous committed amount which was decided at the time of contract. Okay, PR, PO, service entry sheet, that invoice verification, payment. That is the cycle. Quotation and contract are an option according to the requirement. If you don't have a vendor, you go for quotation process. If you want to have a contract to fix a price for a certain, generally we create contracts for the frequent activities. If you are buying the material once in a while, materials or services, once in a 4 months, once in a 5 months, I don't think the contract is required. Every time, every 3 days, every 4 days, we do certain kind of activities. For that, if we have a contract, we will get it for a better price from the vendor, which is more useful for us. Okay, this is about the service flow, and already you are aware about the standard procurement of material. That's why it will be quite easy. Only thing is the slight modifications which are available from the standard procurement to service procurement. You just have to adhere that changes. Just by remaining, all other things will be more or less same. Okay. Now today we are going to discuss the 2 kind of service procurement. One is service procurement with service master, and another one is service procurement without service master. This without service master will be like we use this without service master process when you don't want to maintain a master data is not required, and whenever you want to create, you just want to create, at that time we go with service without service master. For that we should have 1 or 2 additional settings that I will explain you. First, if you go with service master with service master, as we know that service master we create with AC03, and we have AC01, 02 also. Once you create the service master, there we maintain the unit of measure and everything, we maintain it. That's why the details will be copied to that PR or PO which we create from the service master. But when you don't use a service master, we have to write a text, and system will ask you the details of a service group or material group, and enter the unit of measurement. All details, because there is no master data, everything you need to enter into the document. It's a manual work, will be a bit more in service without service master. And also we have automatic account determination, right? Already you are aware we have a GL accounts in FI, and that will be linked in our MM. That will come automatically because of the settings we do in OBOIC. Valuation class is a bridge between MM and FI. Account that valuation class and that respect to assignments, we get the GL account automatically into the PO. But when you don't use Service Master, we have not assigned any valuation class because we don't have any linkage. That's why SAP has given a provision, a functionality to assign the valuation class to your material group. Because of this assignment, although you don't have the Service Master, system will pick the GL account from the valuation class which is assigned to the material group. This is the configuration path in SPRO, purchasing, material management, we do this. See here we assign required material groups, that valuation class we assign here. Because of this, if you don't have, although you don't have the Service Master, GL accounts will pick from the GL account valuation class which is assigned to the service. These two we will see today, then you will get an understanding. I'm going to the SAP system now. Already you are aware about the Service Master anyway, but we create one Service Master /n. Before that, I will just show you the configuration. The configuration, we don't have much configuration, just already you are aware about the Service Master. Go to SPRO, Material Management, and here we have a component External Service Management. We already learned about the number ranges, creation, everything for the Service Master during our master data concepts. Now we need to take for the number ranges for service entry sheet, because the service entry sheet which is going to be created after the PO, it will be acting like our goods receipt in standard procurement. For that we need to define the number ranges. Okay. See here, if you see that intervals, whatever the service entry sheet, we can maintain the same thing. And if you see that, actually we go with the whatever the SAP has provided, the same kind of number ranges we use in all these companies. Whatever is available, we can keep it the same. Define number ranges. You can see that overview. The number range, one is external is there, one is internal. Okay, that we go with the SAP standard, and then go to SN number ranges. If you want to create a new number ranges also, we can create that. SN number range, see the number range package is 01 and the number range for enter sheet 01. Here we assign the what number range you want to use for our entry sheet. I have assigned the 01, which is the internal number range. And coming to define screen layout, in this screen layout we can decide what kind of screen layout you want to have. Our transaction code is ML81N. Display service entry sheet. And this is the ML81 maintain service entry sheet. Click on the here. Field selection key. Here we can have what kind of fields you want to have the selection key. Those details we can observe here. See, here we have this field selection key file, that is the service entry sheet, the entry. You just double click on that entry, you will get the field selection key file. Here we can see what are the hidden fields, what are the display, and which we want to have a required.
In the same way, what we have done for PO and PR and all, it will be same. Whatever the fields you want to hide, and if you want to have any optional or mandatory fields, that you can handle here. This is for the service entry sheet entry. And for a display and all, we have other thing. We can use this one for our changes and all. Field selection key, if you want to make any changes, we can change here. This is the most important configuration setting, the number ranges and the field selection key. And remaining things will be according to the requirement. We can go through and we can see that. And the service master we have already covered, service category creation and all. Now we'll go to the front end process. The first one is service master. The service master, already there are different service masters are there. If you want to create a new one, you can just click on create. And you can give like painting work. And as service category, we can select services purchasing. Unit of measure, square feet. SFT. You can select this square foot, FT2. Here you can see an option called short text change allowed. If you click this, we can make changes to painting work. For example, you want to change painting work for admin building, painting work for HR building. Like that, if you want to make any changes, it will be allowed you if you click this activation. This is the basic data. If you give the service group 007, whatever the service group you want to give, you can give that. And the validation class, services 3200. You can give whatever the services group you want to give. And any long text if you want to write, all those details you can give. Remaining all authorization group, and for specific purpose we use that kind of master data. Now I'm saving the painting work. I got this activity number 100,220. Now we'll go to creation of service purchase requisition, because we will go with the process. ME51N purchase requisition, the same we can use. If you want to create a different document type also, we can create that. Select the document type, and here we have to select item category D. As of now we have gone with the standard. Here we have to select the item category D. Once you give that item category D, whatever the system is asking, you can just enter the details. 1000 plant, for which plant you want to create. See here you can see a message. Please enter material number or account assignment category. Here we are not going to give any material, as we know that we are going to give the short text. And whenever you use the item category D, we are not having any stock. That's why you have to give any account assignment category. Okay? Because if you are making a stock, then you will keep it as a standard. It will come to stock as per our standard procurement. But here we are doing the services. We need to load on any one kind of cost object. Okay, there are different kinds of cost object we have. A project, cost center, and sales order. We have different kinds of activities. Now today we are going to learn about cost center only, because maximum usage will be cost center. During inventory management also we have seen, for example, if you want to issue respective goods to any department, each department is having their own cost center. In the same way, if you are using this paint work, for example, paint work for admin service. For example, if you are giving for that, we can assign the respective cost center.
because whatever the service work you are taking from the supplier, that respective amount will be loaded on the cost center which we give here. Okay. The respective cost center, the respective amount will be loaded on that department. If you are doing painting work for HR, select the HR cost center. If you are doing certain kind of vehicle hiring for admin department, these low expenses will be loaded on the admin department cost center. Each department we create a cost center, and if you are using a project WBS element, then in the same way we just assign the respective account assignment category. Account assignment category will be different. We have mainly we use cost center, and the cost center, which department or account the requirement, we create the cost centers. When you procure or when you issue the goods in inventory management, we will give the respective cost center, because the respective cost will be loaded on that cost center, and they can accumulate the finance team how much expenses we have done for admin department, how much expenses we have done for HR. They can track it and they can handle their respective operation. Here we have to give the account assignment category K. Enter. See, as soon as you enter the K and D, system is asking you for a service number. This is the service number where we give our service master. Okay. You can click on F4 and select the option services by short text. You can write like star PAINT paint, enter. You can just enter it. See the painting work which you have created, already somebody there. Like this also we can search it and just click on enter. See, because of the service master, the short text has come, and also unit of measurement, everything was copied from the master data. See here, short text is editable, because in the master data we have clicked this short text change allowed, otherwise it will be in a display mode only. You can right click paint work for admin. Like that, if you want to do anything, you can write it. How much square feet you want to do? 2000 square feet. Okay. See, it is asking for which cost center you want to have. You can give any cost center for the respective thing. If you remember, otherwise you can click on F4 and search and give the cost center. And for purchasing group for which you want to, you can give any purchasing group who is responsible for the service procurement. Click on check button. And also here we have a gross price. The gross price means here he will give you for each cost center what is the gross price. For example, for each square feet. For each square feet, for example, 2 euros. Then we will give the 2 euros for each square feet. And if you just drag it to the right hand side, here you will see the total price. See, 4,000. 2000 square feet, each one is 2 euros, that's why the overall is 4000 square feet. And also here, if you drag to the thing, here we have a text, service text and line text. If you want to write any additional thing, we can write in the service text. It will be visible in the PO. If you want to write additional thing like paint, you have to do with 3 codes. Like that, if you want to write any details, we can write here. For example, painting should be done in 3 coats. 3 coats, and thickness is 3 mm. Anything, any specific requirements, like if you want to give, we can give that. The details will be visible in the PO. Service text and line text and all those things, we can write it. Here we give the respective 1 square feet cost, and total cost will be in the right hand side. Like this, we can give how many service numbers under that, we can give the here. each service number and all. Now this is the material data. You don't have any material, right? Only material group will be visible. And the valuation, what price you have given just now, that will be visible here. The source of supply, if you have any vendor and all, we can give it that. Remaining all parameters will be similar to standard procurement. Now save it. Now we have created the service purchase requisition. See, just I'm displaying the purchase requisition. Now I will separate view screen. I will open the view ME21N. This quotation, contract and all process will be as per the standard procurement process. You can create contracts and all. Only screens will be slightly differ. How we have done for PR, it will be same. In case of see earlier when you see a service purchase requisition, you don't have the services tab. Services limits, these tabs are not available, but here it is available. The rest all will be more or less same. And here item category D we have given, and we have not given the material number. Okay, here this is the activity unit which will comes automatically. The respective unit of measurement we give for the services. For example, here we can give like a short text. We can write like a painting work kind of thing. Header level we can give, but respect to each work will be given in the service numbers. Now I am creating PO and just drag to right hand side and give the purchase requisition space. Just copy the purchase requisition, give here and enter. See, all the details are copied. System is asking the header data 1000, and also it is asking for vendor. You can give any vendor which is related to the service procurement. And see, item category D, short text, everything was copied from the storage location. Is not a mandatory because we are not doing any inventory and we are taking to the storage location. That's why generally we don't keep storage location as a mandatory. When it comes to item details, see that item details, services, everything was copied from the system. And here if you see the conditions tab, here we will have the overall price. For example, how much price was there, everything will be coming from here. And even SAP has given individual conditions for service line items also. For example, whatever the conditions is visible here, that is for this item. Okay, that item can contain multiple lines, right? At that time also SAP has given a separate conditions. For example, select this and go to this condition tab. See, here we can maintain the price and any other charges and all for each line item also. Okay, for each line item also we can have individual conditions. If you want to maintain, we go with this. And see, if you select this also, we can see the respective quantity and what is the details. Each line. So each line also we can have a specific things because each line is having a price, right? For example, first line is painting work for admin, second is painting work for maybe some kind of rubbing work. First you have to do the rubbing and also some polishing, rubbing, polishing, like that. If you want to give multiple items, that also we can give. The price will be, for example, painting 2 euros per square feet, for rubbing maybe 1 euro. Like that also we can give it. That I will teach you in the next one. Okay, now we have created the PO, and when it comes to delivery tab, goods received should be tick mark, and the invoice. Here we have a service-based invoice verification. Any both will be allowed, or like service-based also we can tick it out. Service and receipt based. Now I am saving the PO. Only the services, the tabs will be different. 80% will be similar to our normal procurement. This is the PO we have created. Now we are going to the new activity. Go to logistics, material management,
service entry sheet. This is the new activity which we are going to do. Till now what we have done, for example, service purchase requisition ME 51N, service purchase order ME 21N. Here we do the service entry sheet. The transaction code is ML81N. Okay, then invoice verification, same way. Mirror. Generally we do the goods receipt, right? But here we do the service entry sheet. This is the new activity which we are going to learn today. Click on ML81N. You get this screen once you create that, and you have to click on other purchase order and give the PO for which you want to create the service entry sheet. Just give this PO and click on enter. See, our PO has copied here, and in case of service entry sheet, we have to do for each item, we have to do once. Now click on create. Short text will come here. For example, painting for admin for the month of July. For example, for July month, otherwise for the month of August. As of now, how much has done? For the month of August. Now how much was done? We are doing the painting entry sheet. Here, accept data. If you want to refer any long text you want to write, any details you can capture here, and the reference document text. More or less it looks like our Migo, what we have entered and all. And then come to this place and click on service selection. Then our PO and item will be visible here. Click on continue. You don't have to change any options. Click on continue. See, the 2000 square feet has come here. Now select the item for which you want to create the service entry sheet. Then click on services. See, it has copied. 2000 square feet was copied. For example, as of now, the vendor has given you that we have finished 600 square feet. Okay, you give the 600 square feet and you just drag to right hand side. You will see the respective price, $1,200, because each one is 2. And these are all different fields we use for specific purposes. Now I'm going to do the service entry sheet for 600. Then you have to click on accept. Here you can see there is a one field called set final entry. For example, vendor has done for 600 and you have decided that I don't want to do next 1400. 600 is enough for you. At that time you can click this set final entry. Then system won't allow you to do the next service entry. Like how we have a delivery complete indicator in Migo, right? In PO. In the same way, if you click set final entry, system won't allow you to do the further service entry sheet. Even for Migo also, we have the delivery complete indicator. In Migo screen itself, we can do that. Okay, now I'm accepting. Okay, see, system will give a message like will be accepted. Now save it. Once you save it, it will change to green, accepted. Okay, see, it is accepted. You got the green color, and this is the service entry sheet number. And if you go to our PO, just I'm checking once. Here the purchase order history has come. Here we can observe one point. There is a service entry sheet number has come, right? This is the number 1200. Simultaneously, system will create a material document which will be visible like our Migo.
In the back end, system creates a material document. See, this is looking like our Migo. One material document will be generated. If you click on FI documents, we can see the accounting entries also. See, these are the accounting entries. The services account is debit and the GRIR is credit. Accounting entries are, and that KBS is there, right? This KBS, the GL account will come from that I will highlight here. 417000 GL account has come from GBB VBR because this is a cost center based. That's why we have got from the GBB VBR. That I will show you now. Accounting entries during service entry sheet. From where it has come from, GBB VBR. That I will show you now. 417000, right? Now go to, for our service entry sheet, the valuation service master valuation class is 3200. Now go to OBYC and GBB. Go to GBB and give your chart of accounts. And our account valuation modifier is 0001. General modification is VBR. Valuation class is 3200. See, 417000. This 417000 was taken from the cost center, that VBR, consumption account. And also the WRX, right? If you double click on WRX, they have maintained WRX single GL account. That's why that 191100 has come from the WRX. Okay. This is about the service procurement, just we will do the service entry sheet was done. Now I will do the mirror. Then the process, procure to pay process will be finished. Anyway, the payment will be done by the finance team. Okay, now I am going to do the mirror. Transaction code is /NMI RO. This process is same as our standard procurement, but just as a process, I'm just want to explain you. This is our PO. Click on calculate tax. See, the 600 square feet was taken from the material document. Copy that amount, paste here, simulate it. Now save it. This mirror creation is the same process. Like we get the vendor account credit and GRIR is debit. That will be the same. Display. Follow on documents. Accounting document. We have input tax, right? That's why it is there like that. Just I'm taking it. Accounting entries. During mirror. During service entry sheet, as I told you, automatically in the backend, the result material document will be generated. In that, we can see the accounting entries. Okay, this is about the service with service master, and without service master also the process will be completely same, but only during GL account automatically to the PO we have to do a one specific setting, that is this setting. Remaining everything will be same. I will create a one service PO, then we will understand that. Okay, I'm directly going to the PO creation /NME 21N header I will give you that organization data 1000 001. Vendor will give the same, and account assignment category K, cost center, and item category D. And short text I will give you like vehicle hiring. Material group we can give whatever we want to give. I will give 007. Plant 1000. Here I don't maintain the service entry. What will I maintain? Like Scorpio for trainees. System will ask me the hours per hour. Scorpio for trainees per hour, how much we will pay that amount. How many hours we need? For example, for total training, we need vehicle for 100 hours. The price, each hour, how much you want to pay? 10 euros. What we are observing, system is asking the unit of measurement, short text, everything it is asking, because it doesn't have any master in the backend. See, this GL account has come automatically. How it has come, that I will show you now. Before that, this is how it has come. In the configuration, SPRO, F5, material management, purchasing, material master, entry aids for items without material master. Here, for 007, I assigned 3200. For 3200 valuation class, what is available? It is coming automatically. Okay. Now I will do one more thing. 00710, which is not assigned to any valuation class. For this, I will just close this. Okay. And okay. For this, I will maintain it. Now it is happy. Now what will I do? I will take another item, same test service. Here I will give the material group 00710. Okay, plant is 1000. Okay, system is asking again the service limits. I will give test service days, maybe 10 days. 1 day cost is some 30. Here we are getting the default 4000. How it is coming? Because there might be a blank was set for that. I will remove that. Triple 01 PBR. See, there is a blank valuation class was kept. That's the system has taken. I will just remove that entry. Now save it. Generally, we don't keep that one, but in certain companies, they will ask you like at least one GL account has to come automatically. At that point of time, they may keep that blank valuation class. That's why it has come. Now we will do that. Purchase order. See, I have given the another material group which doesn't have the any valuation class assigned in the configuration. Okay. Now I have given the respective details and click on enter. System is asking me to enter the GL account. Earlier you have seen the 4000 because of that blank one that I have removed now. That is also one kind of learning to you. Whenever you want to have a default one for our valuation modifier and all, we can keep one blank, which will come automatically to anything, but it's not suggestible. For example, for your valuation modifier, for your you can keep one blank here. If you keep blank for anything, it will come as a default. If you have a specific valuation class, it comes from the specific valuation GL account. Otherwise, the blank will come. That's why I have removed that blank. See, you can what we have learned today without assignment in this configuration. If you select that, system will ask you the GL account to give manually. Okay. To get automatically, we have to do this configuration setting. That's what we learned today, and we can take any one GL account if you want to have. You have to give the manually GL account and save it. We generally don't suggest to give the GL account manually because the people who are creating the purchase order, they don't have much accounting knowledge and they may select the wrong GL account. That's why we always do the backend configuration, which will provide you the GL account automatically. The GL account, you can say like a simple understanding for a bank account, wrong bank account assignment, like that. If you're giving, you're doing the service activity, you have given the GL account of, for example, you are doing the vehicle hiring. You have given the GL account of machine repair. That will be variant, right? How much you have, when you take the record of reporting, for vehicle hiring 3 lakhs I have spent, and for machine repair I have spent 7 lakhs. If you are doing this kind of differences, then it will be loaded on the wrong GL account. So that's why we always suggest you to have a automatic GL account. For getting automatic GL account, we should have a master data, which is having a valuation class. If you don't use master data, you have to do this configuration, assign the valuation class to your respective material groups, service group, because we don't have a service group separate name, the same place only we create it, services and all. Okay, this is about the without service master. When you do without service master, you have to do that assignment to material group, then it will come automatically. The rest all will be same. And see here item 10, item 20. See in item 10, if you want to give different things, Scorpio for trainees and BMW for manager, how many hours? 20 hours. Cost is maybe 30 euro. GL account is already coming. Cost center. Here I told you for each item we can have a different price and small conditions, right? Here you can have it. Specific surcharges you want to maintain, then 3% if you want to maintain, you can change that. Those kind of each things we can maintain, and rest all the processes same. Okay, during service entry sheet creation also, for example, /n ml 81n and give the PO, click on other purchase order. See here, click on other purchase order, give our purchase order. As I told you that for each item we do one service entry sheet. We cannot do for all items at once, like our Migo. Give the item number for which you want to do. If you have multiple items, if you don't give, system will take the first item as a default. See, first item as default. Then click on create. Then you can take like vehicle hiring, vehicle hiring. Then click on service selection. Then click continue. See the 2 line items have come, BMW and Scorpio. Select services. Actually, the Scorpio for trainees you would have taken like actual hours are 40 hours. For BMW, 10 hours. Okay. Now release it and save. The same way. When you do for a next time, you will get the remaining quantities. See now, same PO, item 10. Click on create.
vehicle hiring, ending. You want to do the complete finishing. Click on service selection, quantity, services. See, this is the total quantity. 100 hours for Scorpio, 20 hours for BMW you have created. Now you see the remaining quantities will be visible here. See 60 and 10. Because earlier I have done 40 and I have done for 10. Okay, remaining quantity, like how in case of our Migo, 100 quantity PO was created and 20 you have received. When you give the PO again in Migo, you will get the 80, right? In the same way here also 60 and 10. But here we can see the prices and all, but in case of Migo, we see that amount in the item level. Okay, now click on and save it. Okay. Now that's completely created. Means partial service entry sheet. Today we have learned how to create a service entry sheet, partial service entry sheet, and also now we will just teach you the final entry and we will close this topic. Item number 20. Click on create, and this is for test. Click on service selection, click on continue, 10 days, click on services. I will do for 6 days only. But what will I do? I will click the final entry. I have set the final entry. I have taken 6 days and now I am accepting and save it. Okay. See, I accepted and also I had ticked the final entry. If you don't tick, what will happen when you give that next one? 4 days will come, right? Now I will test that negative testing. New creating 20 item. Okay, now I am clicking on create. See what message is given? Not possible to enter services. Final entry indicator is set. Because of final entry indicator, although your quantity is not yet completely entered, you cannot do it. Okay. That's why if you want to change also, we can do that. If you know the service entry sheet, you can remove this. For example, go to the PO history, and for our item 10, item 20, go to PO history. This is the service entry sheet we have created, right? Come here, give the service entry sheet number, and click on enter, change button. Here you can click the revoke. Now for example, we have decided that you have done wrongly for 6. It's not wrongly. At that point of time, you decide like 6 days you want to close it. But still some 2 days work was done and he has given the invoice to you. At that time, you want to do 2 days for the same PO. At that time, what we do, we come to the service entry sheet screen. You have to give your service entry sheet number. This is the number. Click on edit. Then here we have a revoke acceptance. Select the revoke acceptance and save it. System will ask you that on which day you want to do this revoke. Okay. Now it is came to no acceptance. Now click on edit, and then here we can see this reset final entry. Click on reset final entry. Now it has removed. Okay. For this we can make 8 or something and save it. That's it. Now if you come to the PO, item 20, okay. See the service entry sheet same, but we got the different material documents, because first what we have done for 6 and then cancel. When you cancel that, you have entered that revoke acceptance, right? At that time system will create a 1 or 2 document.
I have done 2 times. That's why 101, 102 has come. And finally, what I have done for 8 quantity. That's why 240. Final last with service entry sheet number is same, but the final document is the 240 quantity for which we have done the 8 quantity. See this 1 AU and the service line is 8 quantity we have done, right? The last one. See that 8 days 30. Whenever you do the revoke acceptance, system will create a 1 or 2 document because it is like a reversal. This is about the final entry, and this is the overall process of service entry, service procurement. With master, without master, 90% the process will be same. Only we have to do one additional setting, which will be useful to get the automatic GL account. And service procurement will also have the same procurement flow, PR and RFQ, contract, PO. So only one difference will be service entry sheet we create here. We don't do the MIGO. And I think today you have learned how to do the service procurement process. And thanks for your time.
Hi, good evening everyone. In this video, I'm going to teach you that how to remember the accounting entries in easy way. I will take some examples and I will explain you how to remember. I hope it will be helpful for the people who is to confuse to remember the accounting entries and what is debit, what is credit, and when to respective account will be debited, and in which cases the respective accounting will be credited. Okay, those things I'm going to give the clarity in this video. I hope it will be helpful. Okay, before starting this discussion, let me tell you that what is debit and what is credit. Okay, first we will be clear with that. Debit and credit. Okay, first we should be clear. Debit, let me use the green color, light green, I can use it. And the credit, I think red color may not be that good. Okay, font, let's try to use white. Okay. I use credit red color and green color for debit. So debit means positive. I think the formula is getting called, so we can write okay. Debit means positive and credit means negative. Okay, let's remember these things. So if you are very clear, debit means positive and credit means negative, then everything will be easy to understand. Positive and negative. Okay, let's go with this understanding now. Okay, debit means positive, credit means negative. That is the basic fundamental we need to understand whenever you think about the accounting entries. I will take an example. First we will go with a simple scenario, so which can give you better clarity to understand about the accounting entries. Okay, let us take the case. PO quantity 10 pieces. Let's take all round figures so that it will be better for us to understand. Quantity 10 pieces and 20 INR per piece. The price. Okay, price is 20 INR per piece. So this is the
entries, what we need to understand. Okay. So PO quantity 10 pieces and price is 20 INR per piece. So total amount is 200 INR. So the total amount is 200 INR. So this is our business case which we are going to consider now. So the goods receipt, invoice receipt and payment, how to derive the accounting entries and how we can remember. Okay, let's go with the topic now. Okay, goods receipt, invoice receipt. First of all, total amount is 200 INR. Okay, we know that there will be one debit and there will be one credit. That is for sure. Always there will be one debit entry and one credit entry. Okay, and there will be one debit and one credit will be there. What is the debit entry and what is the credit entry? That we are going to see now. So goods receipt means what's the process? The goods receipt will be receiving the stock. The goods are getting received, means the stock is becoming positive. The stock is increasing. So stock account stock account will be positive. So goods is receiving the positiveness so that the stock account will be debit. That we can understand the stock account debit. So what can be credit? Okay, there should be an entry that should be credit. That entry, how can we derive? So there will be an opposite entry that can be clearing account. So this process is GR based invoice verification we are going to do, and even if you have a goods receipt flag, whether it is a GR based invoice verification or invoice first and after GR, any kind of a thing, if you have a goods receipt flag, then system will hit the clearing account, GRIR clearing account. Okay. So GRIR clearing account will be credit. So 200 debit, 200 credit. So stock account, how we have derived? Stock account is derived based on we have done the goods receipt, so stock account should be debit. And there will be a one clearing account when we do any kind of transaction, when you're doing the GR based related transaction. So there should be a clearing account. In that, the clearing account will be GRIR clearing account. Okay. So how we have derived stock account and stock account 200 debit and GRIR clearing account 200 credit. Okay. The red color, the black is not visible properly. So let's use white font so that we can see better. Okay, so stock account debit and GRI clearing account 200 credit. So how we have derived it? Stock is positive and there should be a clearing account. That clearing account will be GRI clearing account based on the goods receipt. Now coming to the invoice receipt. One basic fundamental will be there should be one debit and one credit. That already we know. So GRI clearing account is getting credit during goods receipt. So there should be an opposite entry should happen during invoice receipt, so that the GRIR clearing account will be debit how much? 200. And what account can be credit here? So GRIR clearing account, there should be an opposite entry. Here it is credit, so that it gets debit here. So what account will be that one? That is vendor account. So the vendor account 200 credit. Okay. So during payment, okay. Now coming to the payment, the same logic. There should be one debit and there should be one credit. So the vendor account is getting credit here, so that here the same vendor account should be debit. So the vendor bank account, the vendor account will be debit during payment, and whose account will be credit when you are paying to the vendor? The company bank account. Okay, the company bank account will be credit. So the company bank account will be credit, and finally what happens? GRIR clearing account, these two are nullified. Vendor account, these two are nullified. Finally, we can see company bank account is credit and the stock account is debit. Okay, these two entries are finally, we can see here, when you are paying a material, when you are buying a material and you are paying to that material amount, the stock will come to your hand and your bank account will be credit. So this is way how we can derive accounting entries in an easy way. So always you should know that there should be a debit entry and the equal amount of credit entry should come. How can you derive the credit entry? With some logical thinking, we need to understand that what kind of transaction I'm doing here. I'm doing the goods receipt, invoice receipt, payment during that point of time, so that I should have an account related to GRIR clearing account. So that is one. So in this scenario, okay, GR flag is available. Okay, at that point we can highlight here. Goods receipt flag is available in PO. So goods receipt flag is available in PO. This point we need to just note down. Okay. So goods receipt flag is available in PO. Why I'm mentioning this point? If you have a goods receipt flag, then only system will hit this GRIR clearing account. Okay, 200 debit and all. So if you want to talk about our entries, okay, OBYC related entries if you want to talk about. So stock account, PSX, and GRIR will be WRX. Okay, WRX, and same way here. Here I think we need to have one more. Yeah, BSX, WRX. This one, WRX. Okay, so here WRX and vendor account will be KBS. The KBS, we know this one in OBYC, the KBS will not have any automatic account determination entries. Actually the vendor account comes from the vendor reconciliation account, which is available in the vendor master. For the key wise, you will see the KBS. Okay. This is what how we can derive the accounting entries. In this case, the goods received flag is available in PO. The same scenario, I'm going to repeat. Flag is available in PO. Okay. The same scenario, I'm going to repeat. Goods received flag, no GR flag. No GR flag is available in PO. So there is no goods received flag. In that case, how the process will be? When there is no goods received flag, the concept of goods received has gone. We will have only invoice receipt and payment. In this case, how the accounting entries will be there? The vendor account credit, that's common. Vendor account debit and company code account credit, that is also common. Only thing is here the entries we are going to see here. Consumption account will be debit. Okay. Because in this case there is no goods received, so there will not be any GRIR clearing account. So directly the consumption account, because when there is no GR flag, we can see here. Let me show in the system. So this one, many of the people may not practice much in this scenario. So we can see here. $21N. Okay. I'm going to have K text. Price, we can give something 100. The account assignment will be mandatory. So we are giving the cost center. So the GR flag we will remove so that we will get a clarity how the behavior will be. So when you go to the delivery tab, in the delivery tab we can see the flag of goods receipt. Okay. So this is the goods receipt form. So let me try G. Okay. So I don't want goods receipt fund, so that I have selected the account assignment category G, which was created for no GR. Okay. Cost center, no GR. We don't want cost center, no GR. So no goods receipt flag, and when you come to invoice, there will be invoice flag will be there. And I'm saying the PO now.
So for this scenario, there will not be any goods receipt. Directly we will post the invoice receipt. So for invoice receipt, we will get the consumption account debit and vendor account credit. This consumption account will come from the GBP VBR. Okay, but it won't be visible like that. System will show you KBS and but in the back end it will be GBP VBR will be there. What are the consumption account? How the consumption account will be determined based on the account assignment category. The VBR will be assigned and from there it will come. So here you will see the key as a KBS and KBS, but ideally for vendor account comes from the vendor master reconciliation account and consumption account comes from the GBP VBR. So when you do the invoice receipt, consumption account 200 debit and vendor account 200 credit, and the payment will be vendor account debit and bank account credit. The payment transaction will be same, only this area you will have a difference. Okay, this is about the process. When we see both the scenarios again, if you have a goods receipt flag for the same amount, you need to do the goods receipt, invoice receipt, and payment. During that point of time, the accounting entries follow this way. And when there is no GR flag, which is a consumption-based procurement, and you don't want to do the GR itself, in that case, system will get these entries. Okay. Invoice receipt and payment. Okay. So there is no GR flag, the behavior will be like this. And I'm going to show you one more similar scenario. Okay. What is this scenario about? Goods receipt flag is available in PO and account assignment category is blank. Okay. So the scenario will be account assignment category is blank, it's a stockable one. So then we got this accounting entries. Now we are going to see okay. So we will see the similar kind of a scenario. Okay. Account assignment category. Let me give it. Account assignment category is K. Okay. K. Cost center. So the another scenario what we are checking now is one. Okay. Now we came to scenario 2. Goods receipt flag is available in PO and account assignment category is blank. Then the accounting entries will be like this. And goods receipt flag is available in PO, but account assignment category K cost entry is there. So in that case, how the accounting entries will be there? The accounting entries of invoice receipt and payment 100% is same, but here there is no stock, right? Because we are not using any kind of a stock, we are using account assignment category. So here the accounting entries will be KBS consumption account. So whatever the 200 receipt was happened, the 200 will be loaded on consumption account. That consumption account comes from GBP VBR, but system shows KBS, but it comes from the GBP VBR. So we have seen total 3 scenarios. Okay. Okay. Let me show this all at once. I think the font is a bit smaller. So total we have seen 3 scenarios. One is goods receipt and account estimate category blank. This is our regular standard PO where we are procuring for the materials to make as a stock. Then stock account debit and GRIR credit, and the remaining things follow. When the goods receipt flag is available in PO, and account estimate category is K, cost center. I am giving an example of consumption cost center. In that case, the invoice receipt and payment accounting entries are same, but during goods receipt, there will not be any BSX, there will be consumption account. That consumption account is KBS, but ideally it comes from the GBB, VBR. Okay. And third scenario, what we have discussed is, okay, third scenario, which we are going to discuss. Okay. The third scenario will be no GR flag is available in PO, and okay, no GR flag is available in PO, and account assignment category is K, cost center. Okay. If there is no goods receipt, 100% account assignment category is mandatory. In that case, what happens? The same thing what consumption account was going to debit, right? That will happen during invoice receipt, and vendor account gets credit, and then payment. You can see that all the cases the payment is same. Okay. So when we have the GR flag, the invoice receipt entries are same. Okay. Only the goods receipt wise there are differences are happening. So you need to understand the differences between each scenario. So I have shown you a simple PO which is having 10 pieces, and price is 20 INR per each piece, and total amount is 200 INR. During that point of time, I explained you three scenarios. One is goods receipt with account assignment category blank. Second one is goods receipt with account assignment category K, cost center. And third one is there is no goods receipt and account assignment category K. These are the three possible scenarios. This we call it as the standard procurement, where our direct procurement, which involves the material storage, stock, and all. The second scenario will be used for any non-stock items or C-class items. The industries call it as C-class items, very small materials. We don't want to maintain inventory and goods issues, transfers. The business doesn't want to handle the respective material as an inventory. When they receive it, they just want to consume. That can be consumed immediately or that can be consumed later, but they don't want to check the stock in the system, and they don't want to do the further inventory transactions. What happens if you take the 200 pieces and the 20 pieces, 10 pieces, whatever the quantity, take it and keep it in inventory, then when other team, for example, another location needs the same stock, or another department needs the same stock, at that point of time, if you want to transfer or issue, you should perform another inventory transaction. So it's an additional activity, and when do you do that additional activity? If the material is need to be maintained in stock and it has a sufficient value, and system the business requirement is they want to track that material as in inventory, they want to see the stock levels, they want to track each transfer, each issue of that material, then we go for the scenario 1. Okay. Scenario 2, the C-class items, non-stock items, small items, but still they want to track the receipt, but they don't want to track the inventory operations. Like they don't want to do any inventory operations, but they want to track, yes, 100 pieces of materials are received. So, but they don't want to do goods issue transfers in the latter part. They just want to consider the consumption. Then you need to suggest this scenario to the business. Okay. When do you suggest this kind of scenario? This is like when you have any service related work, okay, and if you have rent payments or any kind of festival or function expenses or any other training expenses, these kind of things, you don't have to do the goods receipt. Okay, the training, the complete safety training for 5 days. You create a PO
and they have given the invoice for 5 days training, they including infrastructure and everything. At the total, it is somewhere $80,000. So they will give you the bill, so that based on the invoice, directly do the invoice receipt, okay, and then payment. Okay. So the first scenario, stockable, procurement. Maybe we can call it as direct procurement, where you want to maintain the stock, the materials which they want to maintain the stock. We prefer this one, stockable related. We are using many colors. Okay. This color is pending. Almost all we crossed with gear. Okay, I think orange we didn't use it. Okay, so this is the scenario, and the scenario when you are going to use it, consumption based procurement, but GR needs to be tracked. GR needs to be tracked, but non-stock. Okay, consumption or consumption based or non-stock, non-stock or service related procurement. Don't go to the service external service management. I'm sorry. So service procurement, non-stock, these kind of things. They just want to track GR when it was the receipt was done, but they don't want to track the stock. Okay. Third scenario. This is purely, mostly it will be service procurement, but GR tracking is not required. Okay. And the business says that one, we want to do some service or we can say service or expenses. Okay, the HR expenses or event expenses. Any of these kind of expenses, rent payments, this kind of a procurement, but they don't want to do the GR. During that kind of cases, we can suggest this business scenario. So in this video, we understand how to derive the accounting entries in an efficient way, and also what kind of business processes we can use these processes. I have given you some of the examples according to my knowledge, and there are some more examples out there. I hope whatever the examples I have mentioned, those are sufficient for you to understand the difference between these three scenarios. So this is the way how we can derive the accounting entries. I hope this video has helped you to understand the goods receipt, the procure to pay cycle related accounting entries, how the accounting entries will be derived, and how we can get those entries. Hope you got an idea. So I will plan one more video to understand about the goods issue and some of the transactions. I can plan it. Even the same P2P cycle with freight charges, I am going to show you. I will make another video on that. P2P, okay, total P2P cycle. The three scenarios we have discussed and how the accounting entries will be there. scenario, these are the accounting entries, and second scenario, these are the accounting entries. Third scenario, these are the accounting entries. Total 3 scenarios we discussed, and these are the entries. Now, luckily our PO has come. Okay, calculate tax.
This conference will now be recorded.
If you observe the error indicates that there is no entry for the WIC transaction key in this table. So like how we have OBYC for normal account postings, there is a OB40 transaction code for tax related keys. That data will be saved in T030R table. Let me show you that how to fix this error now. Go to OB40 transaction code, and the error is saying WIC, right? Yeah, this is the WIC. Give INT. Okay. So there is no account is assigned. So let me assign an account. Okay. This account should be already available for our company code. Otherwise, again, we will get an error message that this GL account is not extended to the respective company code. So we need to assign the tax related GL account, which is already available for the company code. And now come here and click on simulate. Okay, now you can see everything. It's green color. Then save. So the GL account is not assigned to the combination of that key, so that the system is expecting for a GL account, so that we need to maintain in OB40. Okay. So now we can display if you go to follow-on documents, there we can see the accounting entries. If you click on the accounting document, here we are going to see the accounting entries. Okay. KBS. But ideally, from where the GL accounts are coming from, okay. So, okay, see the vendor account, credit, and JRIR clearing account. But in case of that, it's not JRIR. Okay, we see that what kind of account it is. So this account comes from the consumption, GBP, PBR. If you go to the general ledger overview, so if you see this general ledger overview, then we can see that the general ledger view, we will see the account and this one. So what is this account? You can see the keys are both are KBS, like I mentioned here. Both are KBS will be there. When there is no flag, we can see the both as a KBS. Consumption account debit, vendor account credit. The 16 0000, it comes from the reconciliation account, that we know that. And this account comes from the GBP VBR. I'm going to show you how to see that. Go to SC16M T030 table and chart of accounts INT, and you can give the GL account. Okay, get the GL account. If you don't know anything, just execute it. Or else you can give some more inputs to do the better filtration. Okay. Transaction GBP and account modifier VBR and okay, GBP VBR and execute it. So this account is coming from the GBP VBR. Okay, so this account is coming from the GBP VBR and this one coming from the vendor reconciliation account. Like I mentioned, how to see that? /n xk03. What is our vendor? GKV1, right? You can select accounting information. Okay, see, this is the reconciliation account, is the account which is visible in the accounting entries. So the key wise both are KBS, but it comes from the reconciliation account of the vendor master, and this one comes from the GBP VPR. Okay, to show this one, I have gone to that account, and someone has deleted the GL account from OBU of 40, so that we got that error, and then we have fixed it. I hope this session has given you good understanding about the accounting entries which are related to goods received, mainly the complete P2P cycle with 3 different kind of scenarios we have discussed here. And one is for the stockable normal direct procurement, where we keep the stock, and second one is we just track the GR but there is no stock, consumption based. Generally companies prefer for the C-class items. And the final one is expenses, rent payment or telephone expenses. There will be some kind of events happen in company. At that point of time, they don't want to track any stock, they don't want to track any goods received. Just create a PO and then directly do the invoice. After that, do the payment. So in that scenarios, we have to propose to the business this third scenario. And thanks for watching. If you like the video, you can share with your SAP circle to help more people. And thanks again to everyone for your support. And I will come up with one more video related to accounting entries. I hope we need at least 2 to 3 parts. In the next video, I will try to cover goods receipt along with freight charges. Okay, and then I can plan some inventory transactions in some other video. Subscribe to my channel and always share my videos if you like it. Take care. Bye-bye.
Now we will create the contract. Okay, once you click on ME31K, system will take you to the screen of contract creation. Here you can see we can create a contract with reference to purchase requisition and with reference to RFQ. Okay. Now we can give the vendor and the agreement type. What is the agreement type we have to create? The ZQCT is our agreement type, and this agreement date will give you on which date you are creating the agreement. Okay, this agreement blank we have to keep because the number will be generated, and we can give purchasing organization and purchasing group. The item category, we are creating standard one, that's why we can leave it blank, and account assignment also blank. If you want to create any Ganesh cost center and all, we have to give. And the plant 1000, storage location is 0001. These are the important fields. Agreement type, vendor, for which vendor we want to create, and the plant, purchasing organization, all important fields we have to give. Then click on enter. Once you click on enter, system will take you to the contract, the main screen. The header data, see we came to contract header data. This is the validity start date today when we are creating, the validity end date till the when it will end. We can give 09/06/2017. 09/06/2017 when it is going to end. Okay, and also we can enter what is the target value. These things also we can enter here. For example, target value I can give as some 10,000. Okay, it's like 10,000. You can say like it's a 10 million. Now click on enter. This is the item overview where we maintain the material, for which material you want to create and all. You can give the material number. After giving material number, you just click on okay, and the target quantity 100 kg. You can give how much, what is the target quantity, how much you want to create. This is our, as it is a quantity contract, we can give a target quantity as some 1000. Okay. Or we can give any other material which we have, like 2x, 8. Seven zero. Okay. Just given the one material and what is the target quantity and what is the price we are fixing. We can give how much price we are fixing. The target quantity is 2,200,000 and the price per 1 kg is 300 euros. Okay, we have to enter those details. Okay, now what we have done, we have given the material number and target quantity. What is our target quantity and what is the price for each kg? We have given the material. Okay, then select the material item and go to here. We can see the $euro symbol, right? There you click on item conditions. If you click on item conditions, system will take you to the conditions tab of the contract, where we can maintain the price, and if we have any discount, all these kind of data we can maintain here. See, this is the one for 300, and if you want to maintain any kind of freight charges, for example, freight you want to have always 10%. Okay, we can have the freight charges, and if the vendor is giving you some discount, discount on gross. Always a 5% discount is given to you. These are kind of conditions we can maintain in the contract. This is the agreed. Vendor wants to give you 5% discount always, and the freight charges will be always 10%. Okay. This is the conditions. Now here we can say if you want to go to the header, you have to click here header. For example, if you click here, it will take you to the initial screen of header data, where we have maintained the validity date of a contract, everything. And this is the item where we can maintain our material number, quantity, all these details. Okay. Now, okay, we have seen this any additional data if you want to give, we can give here. And if you click on these details, system will take you to the details screen. Now if you want to go to the back, we can click on back. Now we came to the item screen. Okay. Here we can see what is the target quantity and how much price was given. See, the net price has become 285 because we have given certain discount. And the plant, these all details we maintain here. And that's it. If you see that any other details and all, the delivery address of the plant. Okay. And here we can see the vendor address. If you click on this icon, or we can see the address of the vendor. These are different tabs we have. If you go through that details, we can come to know the details and all. Okay. That's it, the creation of contract, where we fix some target quantity and some price for respect to vendor and the material combination. And now we can save. Now system will create a contract number. Now I will teach you how to create a contract with reference to a purchase requisition also. Click on S. See, we can see the successful method, test quantity contract created under the number 300. Okay, 300 contract was created. See, if you want to change anything, you can go to the contract change, ME32K, give the contract number. Okay, there we can, if you want to make any changes, we can do. For example, you want to change the total target quantity to 300,000. We can make the same thing. Okay. Save here. Okay, this is the process of creation of contract. Click on S. Now I will teach you how to create a contract with reference to purchase requisition. Then we can close this topic today. Creation of contract, ME31K. Okay. Here we will go to, first of all, we need to take any purchase requisition. From here also we can select it. Otherwise, if you have a purchase requisition number, we can directly give the purchase requisition. First, you need to select the agreement type and the agreement date, and our purchasing organization and purchasing group, and the plant and the storage location. Now, reference to purchase requisition. Click on reference to purchase requisition. There we supposed to give the purchase requisition number. See, here we have to give the purchase requisition number. If you don't know, then you have to click on F4.
You can set the purchase requisition by order, services, purchasing group. For example, with purchasing group 001 and 1000 is our purchasing organization, and SC309. For example, for this vendor, is there any purchase requisition? If you want to check, there is no purchase requisition. Okay, I have given the purchasing organization 1000 and purchasing group 001. Now let me search any purchase requisition is available. Okay, there are many purchase requisitions are available, and let me take. Okay, I have taken one purchase requisition, and the item we can give. For example, for one item we can item. If you have multiple items, we can give for which item you want to create. Then click on enter. It's deleted. Can give that purchase requisition is not active. That's the system is giving that error. Now we have to give the proper purchase requisition. Otherwise, we can create a purchase requisition now itself. Why should we spend time on this? Let me create a purchase requisition. Okay. See the transaction for creating purchase requisition ME51N. This is the purchase requisition creation screen. Okay. Click on item overview. Now we can create a purchase requisition, and this purchase requisition we can use for the creation of contract. Okay. I will create quickly the purchase requisition. 2870 is the material, and my plant is 1000. Purchasing group with 001. Quantity I want to create for 500 kg. Okay. Storage location is 0001. And the above details, everything is fine. The main thing is material and quantity, and the purchasing group was given. Okay. The requisitioner we can write Ganesh, and come to the quantity and all. Okay. Now come to the source of supply tab, where we can assign the vendor. In the fixed vendor, I can give like SC309 is the vendor. The purchasing organization is 1000. Okay. Just execute it. Just click on the check button. System will show you any errors are available. Okay, now there is no error. Now I'm saving the purchase requisition. This purchase requisition I will use now for the creation of contract. Okay. The purchase requisition number is 7250. Now I came to the purchase requisition contract creation place. Item I can keep blank because anyway I have one item. Now click on continue. Okay, now system is asking for enter the vendor. The validity end I can keep like 10/06/2017. See, this target value is an optional because we are creating the quantity contract. If it is a value contract, then the target value will be a mandatory. See, this is the details that come from the purchase requisition. This is our purchase requisition number, and this is our material number, and the quantity is 500. Date, everything it was given. You have to select the line item and then click on adopt details. We are just adopting the details from the purchase requisition to our contract. See, the target quantity is 500. And what is the net order price? You can give €50 per 1 kg. And remaining any confirmation control, anything if you want to give, we can give it that. Again, if you go to the conditions tab, same process. If you want to give any discounts, RA00, 5% discount. Okay, this is the process. Now come back. Everything will be looking similar. Only thing is the details have come from the purchase requisition. Now save it. This is the contract creation. The same process if you create with reference to RFQ, you will just give the RFQ number and the respective details from the RFQ will be copied to the contract. Okay, I hope you understood what is contract and what are the configurations and what the importance of contract and how to configure, how to define the document types, the number ranges, screen layout, and also we learned how to create a contract manually and also with reference to purchase requisition. Okay, thanks for your time. Have a good day. In the release strategy, first what we have done, we created the characteristics. Okay, then you created the class. What we have done, for that class we have seen the characteristics. Okay, the characteristics are like the plant, document type, purchasing organization, value, the different parameters which should be a combination to trigger your release tab. So that is the use of characteristics. For example, if you have a plant, if you have a value of 0 to 1 lakh and the plant is some 1000, your document type NB, these combinations should be matching to trigger the respect to release tab. Okay. In our configuration, I think unfortunately we are not able to show that. Otherwise, I can show that video. The screen we can see it. That will be better. If you see the screen, we have what we have done. You created a class and characteristics. We assigned the characteristics to the class. And before that, what we have done, we have taken the release group. The release group and we assign to our class. Okay, and then we have created the release codes. The release codes will be playing like the approvers. Okay, who are the approvers and all. We created the release groups also. Release group and the release codes who are the approvers and release group we create according to our PR release and all. And then what we have done, release indicators, those are standard SAP standard will provide that indicators. Then you came to these release strategies. Okay. Here what we have done for our release, under that release group, we created a strategy of S1 like admin PR less than 50,000
and HRPR less than 50,000. Like that, we created different strategies. Okay, for admin, the admin officer and all that, we kind of what you call setup we have done. This all the activities what we do, the release code creation, release group, and everything, and also this prerequisites, right? We do that. That boxes you have seen, right? When you create a prerequisite, that boxes will give you the dependency. For example, if you select that all boxes, first R8 has to go to R8. Once R8 approves, then only PR will go to R4. After R4 approves, then only it will go to R3. If you don't check that all boxes, I think it will come here, right? If you don't check that all boxes, then system will send the approval at a time to all the people. Okay, at a time to all the people means what will happen? R3 means factory head can approve first, and then admin officer. There will be no sequence. See that this is the one. If you R4, R3, for example, these three we select, right? If you select these three, it will be dependency. First R8 has to approve, then R4, then R3. If you leave like this, then anybody can, because PR will be ready, available for all the three approvers. Anyone can approve. First R4 can approve, second R3. Anyway, we can approve. But if you select all those things, that's a dependency. Here these prerequisites and also the statuses, what we do. Everything will be configuration. Means it will be saved in a transport request, and we need to move from development to quality to production. But this classification is there, right? This classification has to be maintained in each system. It is not a transportable activity. Here, whatever we do the classification, here what we do in the classification, we assign our plant and whatever the characteristics are there. This is the classification. Okay, what we are doing here for our release group and strategy, what are the purchase requisition document types, and what is the value range, and what is the purchasing group. Okay, if you have a purchasing organization, plant, that also we can keep. Here we are filling these details. These details have to be filled in each system because this data is not transportable. Understood? Whatever the data you are filling in this classification, in SPRO, generally in production and all, SPRO, they keep complete display, otherwise they keep like no access to SPRO. At that point of time, you don't have to come to SPRO and all those things. We directly go to CL20N. Okay. In CL20N, what we do? We give the release group and we give the release strategy, group and strategy, and then the class type. Okay. Once you give that, it will give you the release one, and then we have to maintain the values. Here means here what you have understood, whatever the classes we can directly assign here. That is the main understanding. In classification, what activities we do, that activities we do directly CL20N. You get interview question like you don't have access to SPRO. Okay. Now you have a release strategy, this admin PR, only 3 approvals are there. Okay, 3 approvals are there, but only this release strategy is activated for 1000 plant. Okay, you want for 2000 plant also. How do you assign 2000 to your classification? You don't have access to SPRO in production. Then you have to tell, we directly go to CL20N and I will give my release group and my release strategy. Okay. Then I will maintain the whatever the account assignment, plant, whatever I want to assign, that I will assign here. That's it. Here, this CL20N we use to update the classification details. This activity we do in all the systems because this is not a transportable data. For example, if you don't want to use this plant, if you want to remove, for example, 5 purchasing groups you activated that release strategy, you want to remove one. That's frequently it will happen. That we can directly come to CL20M and we can remove the respective entries. I just shown you like T16FS is the table where we can see who are the release approvers for your release strategy. For respective release strategy, who are the approvers we can get from T16FS table. If you click T16F star, you will get all the release related tables, T16FS and all. Where do we use this T16FS table? For example, you want to know who are the approvers for your release strategy. Then you can give your release group and release strategy and execute, you will get all those things. And you might know that we can have only 8 maximum levels in release strategy. That's why we can have 8 only. Even here also. Okay, maximum levels are 8. We cannot have more than 8 for single release strategy. For this strategy 8, another strategy 8 more, another strategy 7 more, like that different people, like release codes, you can create hundreds of release codes. But for single strategy, the maximum release levels are 8. Okay. Just to update the classification details, we use CL20M. Yeah, if you use that one, we cannot change. Until you unrelease again, you cannot change that PR. Like that, each changeable indicator is having its significance. If you try to create certain PRs and try to change, then you can understand how exactly it works. Okay. And also the pricing procedure. Watch again the video, like what is condition type. In that condition type, what is use of the accrual key, and also we have the condition category, condition class. Means each one, like we have a delivery cost and how it is getting impacted. What is the use of access sequence? And access sequence, if you assign, if you don't assign, I explained well in that differences and all. That will be very important because it will be a lot of integration with FI, and at that time you can understand how a condition type behaves and what is use of condition record. If you maintain a one-time record, then what will happen? The condition record, info record, these kind of data will be maintained by the central team. Otherwise, 1 or 2 people who are having the proper data. They will get the data from the vendor according to the price changes and also the latest price, latest discounts, latest scales. They can update it. According to that updated master data, system will take the data automatically. But if you don't have that control, the PO creator may create with wrong price. For example, you might not have the proper data. For example, 4 people are creating POs. One person might be taking the 10 days back data. He doesn't know which has the 2 days back it was released, the new data. That kind of mistakes might happen when 4 people are sitting, that all people may not think in that way. But if you are the respective team who is responsible for the respective prices, when a vendor is changing the price or updating any freight charges or any new taxes, these are handled by a certain team who are having the proper data. Then they can maintain the master data, and according to that master data, we will get all the data to the transaction data, the data passing from the master data, right? The price is coming from info record, and source list will tell you like whether the vendor is fixed or blocked. That's why the master data will play a role for transaction data without having any issues. These things you have to just check, like how pricing procedure is coming, what are the parameters are playing the role, what is the manual tick use, how does it impact in the pricing procedure, and why freight was having the accrual key and account key, because they want to have a separate line item and also they want to load on a separate GL account. because general delivery cost they want to handle in a different way, right? If you give a delivery cost, we can assign a separate vendor also. Vendor 1 is giving the material, but for freight and all, you can keep vendor 2, vendor 3. That's where the delivery cost will have that additional option. I have shown you that also. Because we have a transportation, for example, you have a one company, you buy materials from 100 vendors, but for your all transportation activities, you fix it with one vendor. Wherever the material, whether it is 1 kilometer or 10 kilometer, 100 kilometer, that vendor will provide you the transportation. You can pay the transportation charges to that vendor. Then you should have a facility to assign a separate vendor, right? That's why for delivery cost we will have generally this kind of insurance and all those things we pay to the material vendor only. But this transportation or any other certain kind of charges, we use it to give delivery charges. We pay that. For example, this custom duty we there, right? Import procurement. We pay the custom duty to the custom vendor before goods are received to our stores. For that also, delivery cost we select. That's why we will have an option of assigning another vendor. Custom duty. You know that import procurement process. Before taking the goods, we have to pay the custom to the custom vendor. Then the goods will be given by the material, and then we do the goods receipt. Okay. Before receiving the goods, we have to pay the custom duty. That is the difference, remaining everything same.
Okay.
If you need, I will just show you one. I have one document, that import procurement. I will share you that user manual.
Okay, sure, because import, I don't know anything about that, so.
Okay. Just the basic customs and additional customs and the custom charges we pay to that custom vendor before the goods were received. For example, today I ordered the goods, and before goods come, I need to pay the custom duty. If you already cleared the custom, then only the goods will be allowed you to receive at the port. Then only we do the goods received and the invoice receipt will happen. One additional thing is we have to pay custom, means the delivery cost, before goods received. For domestic, it will be like you ordered the goods, you have given the goods PO to the vendor will give you the goods, and then you do the goods receipt, and then invoice verification, then payment. The import also same process, but only thing is before goods we have to pay the custom charges. I have a user manual. I will share you. You can have a look. If you have any questions and all, you can ask me that. If you get command on the pricing procedure and also some kind of the transaction keys, OBYC and all, I think you might be already watching my MMFI integration video. In that video, if you need some more like deep, like go to OBYC and maintain the GL account, the fetching and all those things, and we can plan one day to have some sessions on that.
Okay.
Sure. OBYC, some deep, which were I didn't highlight, I didn't stress more on that MMFA integration video. That points, and I will share you the import procurement, what you call user manual, and then you can check this pricing procedure. Consult it if you have some questions, then we can meet.
Okay, sure.
Okay. But this import is with SIN, I think, Indian taxation. I will check for without SIN, and then I will share to you. In this meantime, we just pause the MMF integration and pricing procedure again.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll meet some other time. You just pick the questions and we'll meet. And that I will check that planning point. What exactly the impact that point.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sure. Okay then.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Good night.
Thank you.